Evening all, how we all doing? Spot on, Dave, spot on. It is hot, extremely hot. In fact, I've got both doors open and a fan on me, and it's still too hot. I wouldn't say it's a good fan, it's one that you just like clip onto the side of a desk. We're in the UK, we don't have AC generally here. It's very, very rare to see anyone with AC. We just stick up a fan and be done with it. Yes, Anasi. I was going to put one out after Sunday's stream, but I had an issue with the VR hand not being able to pick things up properly, so I delayed while I was fixing that, but that is now working. So the plan for tonight, as with last Wednesday, is to do a poll, and then you guys can pick what it is I'm doing. So I shall just go ahead and do that a sec. for that, Garth. As per usual, I now have a cat lounging across my desk. Doop-be-doop-be-doo. Stupid tiny limit on text. Okay. Vote away. If we have a tie, then I shall go ahead and just do more work on the Caravella. Speaking of which, I'll show you something I did last time after the stream. Hang on, just waiting for that to load. Yeah, so after the last stream, I was trying to get my head around this cavity underneath sickbay, so I ended up just sketching in this kind of frame lightning holes, and I think that's the way we'll do it. It seems to work nicely. So we'll stuff something in there of use to something or other. It's a Dan hole. Don't think I did. Oh yeah, I did do something else. So, yes. So, if you recall from the last stream, this was all squared off. And I couldn't remember what my rationale was for rounding this at the time. And then I kind of remembered after doing this that we have to maintain this 50 centimeter gap all the way around the outer hull. And if that were running straight through there, then it comes out like over here somewhere. So that means the gap between the outer hull and the internal room is something like 10-15 centimeters, which is crazy small. So in order to maintain that gap, this needs to curve inward, which is nice because we've got that spare cavity there where we can actually just curve that round, and it doesn't affect anything on the inside because that's already using its own curve. But it does mean that the captain's quarters, i.e. this one, is also going to have to adhere to that curve. So there's going to be a cut through there, which means we'll probably need this extra space anyway, because it's going to come in from there. But yeah, that's all. That's all I did after the last stream. I shall give it another minute or so, and then I shall close the poll. Right now, ceiling panels are winning. No worries, CSI, we'll let you off. I was 20 minutes late myself, which was all Claire's fault. Claire had me going through a bunch of stuff for the accountant, which always takes ages. There are panels that go on the ceiling. No, not yet, Anassi. It's not a quick process. Plus, it's going to be contractors, not permanent full-time people. Specifically, we are looking for someone to do the character system. So those are the things we're advertising now for our recruitment. Is the character system. So we're looking for someone that's got Unreal Engine experience in terms of A, building character systems, and B, working with the new motion matching system for metahumans. So we need someone basically to handle all of that. We're also recruiting an Unreal generalist, so that's someone who can work alongside me with whatever it is I'm doing and help build that up. And a technical artist who will deal with a lot of the volumetric stuff that we want to do. Things like a full volumetric galaxy that you can see from like miles away if you fly up and out of the galactic disk. Real world nebulas, planetary nebulas, like around supernovas and stuff. Just all that kind of stuff that we're going to need a technical artist for. So those are the three main recruitments we're doing, with a fourth kind of tertiary one, which is to get the website up and running the way we want it. But yeah, so one of the important things that it's worth pointing out is that, when we went through Kickstarter, we had a lump sum, and that is a static lump sum of money, which isn't being topped up or added to. So we have like a finite pot, which, we have to try and get everything fitted into. And there isn't enough there to be able to employ like a proper developer and give them a stable career. They might have a mortgage, a family, and a life that they need to, have a job for. And, we can't employ someone if we don't have an actual income coming in to replace that money, because all of a sudden the pot's going to run out and they'll be out of a job, which is not fair. So, we want to be a responsible employer. So whilst we're in the position where we don't have a regular monthly income being generated by the game, we need to stick to contractors where they're not relying on us for an actual career. We can't give someone a career until the game is, producing an income which is stable and guaranteed, if that makes sense. Well, it looks like it is a tie, so let's go ahead and continue the Caravella. As I said last time, all the other work is still happening outside of streams. So, we're going through the roadmap here for this patch. There's a couple of bits here I can tick off actually, like that one can be ticked off, which means stick it on just started for now. But as I mentioned on the previous one, the straight section is copy pastable across the other decks. So you make one panel and all of a sudden it's the same panel that's used on multiple decks. I'm going to do a slightly different style of panel for FDeck because I want them to be visually different. So I won't copy paste that one down. I think, looking at it, yeah, I think that's the only one that we've knocked off so far. But it should be reasonably quick to get these done. Did a bit more with White Dwarfs today, so they've progressed a little bit. So we are getting there. But as you can see with the VR is practically done now. Like with the character spawning, that's just a case of just doing some tests on that more than anything else. And like with multiplayer, we just need to make sure that it's actually replicating. So a bunch of this stuff is just sanity checking what's already there. The actual hard work's been done already, so it's practically VR compatible, which is nice. It's nice to be at that point already. Yeah, when it comes to nausea in VR, it's very frame rate dependent. So, you know, a low frame rate with lots of frame skipping is going to make you feel a bit nauseous. You need, I think the last I read, you need like 90 FPS pretty consistently to avoid nausea, which we're not getting because it's a very heavy game. The game is obviously tailored for the first person experience. That's kind of our primary experience. The VR aspect is like if you have a computer which is powerful enough, you can also do it in VR, but we're limited as to what we can cut to make it VR compatible. I am expanding the graphics options so we can try and at least meet in the middle somewhere. But yeah, so we're setting expectation every step of the way that in order to play this in VR, you will need a beefy rig. You know, if you don't have a decent graphics card, then you will not be able to play it in VR. It's just as simple as that, really. Yeah, all the bells and whistles. But it's because we're not using forward rendering. We're using a deferred renderer. We've got things like nanite turned on. And these are things that you can't change at runtime. Like, if we turn nanite off at runtime, then basically all the meshes are going to use the nanite fallback mesh, which is a garbled mess. And it's just, there's a lot of stuff that we're doing for the first person experience that we can't easily change just for VR without having to release a completely separate VR executable. Maybe one where it is using forward shading. But yeah, it's a difficult balancing act. So the way I'm hoping that we can bridge that gap is to provide enough graphics options that things can be tuned down enough in order for the VR to be 90 FPS consistent. I'm hitting that on my 4090, so if you've got a 4090, it will be fine. But I think the laptop I was testing it on, I think it has a 3060 in it, off the top of my head, and that was struggling. So, well, somewhere between a 3060 and a 4090 should be all right. No, exactly that, Christopher. I'm only working on the Caravella on stream day, and I, like with this, I do a little bit of it post-stream while I've still got things fresh in my head. But for the whole rest of the week, I don't even look at it. So it's not affecting the main development. Yes, we will have Lumin enabled for real-time GI at some point. I tried it with VR and it was hilarious. So I was getting around about 40 FPS with Lumin turned on. So it wasn't particularly playable. Dry Khan. So as soon as all this is done, then there will be another public release. What are we on now? So we're on the 13th now. Ideally, I would love to get this done by the end of August. No guarantees that I will, but I will certainly try. Because then we can put this out as our summer update, and then that gives us 3 months to work on our fall update. Yeah, Linux is going to be, or Linux is going to be a difficult one because it requires DX12. I will enable Vulkan on the launcher for it, and we'll see, but we'll just have to see, basically. Yeah, I'm a big fan of optimizing, so that's going to be great. My neighbors have decided to chop things up. That's handy. My little cat. Garth, move. Thank you. So my cat's being very playful and wants to bat things on my desk. Right, so what was I doing? Let's let's pop that into this group a minute so that it's everywhere. And that gives you an idea of how much we're going to lose some ceiling space. And it is only ceiling space, so we can actually have that a curved ceiling or a sloping ceiling, and have the floor be the existing width. But we shall see. Basically, I'm going to try and squeeze as much space out of this area as I possibly can. But it is going to be tight. And I think with the nose cone, I'm going to have it so that we do a cut here at an angle. So this front piece is going to come in like this. Kind of like that, really. Which means we can have an angled door leading into the maintenance tunnel, or the down hole. Okay, so let's continue with what we were doing here. So the design consistency is that for every physical support wall, we have this 5cm cavity, which is supported by a vertical stiffener. And we'll do the same here. So we've got that 5cm vertical stiffener, and that will align with the whole section. And the same here as well. So it's 5cm each side, and then we just have the rest of the normal frame. So what I needed to do was get that lined up with the curve, because it's curved now. So that bit's fine because it aligns with that. And then this side's going to have to start being adjusted. Get rid of these vertical bits. This should be easy enough just to line it up to there. Because ultimately that's what it needs to line up with. So we have a 5cm lip going around. So they just kind of align with that. Okay, like it. So when you're actually inside the maintenance tunnel, you'll actually appreciate the curve as you're going through. It should become quite evident. The other thing I'm going to do with this is, in order to maintain that support structure, in places like this where we have a double skinned wall, I'm going to have a double skinned support bracing here as well. So like we've got here where there's two of them where they join, I'm going to split this into two as well so that they all line up, because it's structurally more sound to have two there than it is just the one in the middle, because we likes to think about the engineering. So I don't think that's a mirrored group. It's not. So if I make that a component, let me delete everything on that side. If I just draw a line there, then I can make sure that it goes back in the same spot but mirrored. Should be in the right place. Already mirrored, so that one's okay. So the other thing that's going to be needed is steps coming down here, and then we'll make that a platform. But we need to double skin this as well, and then cut through our holes through there, which means each of these needs to be converted into a segment, and then we can cut the holes in those segments. I copy all of those bits and delete them all and put them back, and we can draw the bit we need and then extrude it out. So we know we need 5 centimeters there. That bit, and can also do with the top section as well. So that should be exactly a meter to the middle, which it is. So similarly, that should be a meter up there as well. Would help if it was lined up. It's not going to be from there, is it? It's going to be from there. Okay, so the actual walkable floor cavity is like that, essentially, which is 2 meters. We can raise it up if need be, so it doesn't need to be precisely that, but that gives us the space to cut some lightning holes through, which kind of is just visually nicer. Just for good measure, we need some spacers in there. So basically the ship is a series of box sections which, when combined, form our rigid structure. Though that one wasn't needed. I will have to re-intersect this bit. Because if we're moving it and it's on a curve, then it's not going to quite line up properly there. I shall do that in a mo. Just making sure we got enough room there. See, I've changed this as well. So we had these radial before, like these ones, but with the layout of the frames, it makes more sense to have them like that. We get the same structural rigidity, but it's more lined up. Yeah, always am serious. I'm going to delete that. Group up that. Delete. Delete that. And then we'll intersect that in a moment. So that'll become our double frame section there. Might end up doing similar here as well, depending on where we draw our internal walls. Though I will do some of that now, I think. So that's some of that's going to need splitting up. It's all grouped up together still. May as well have it stick out the usual 2 inches. Okay, then we just need to cut a hole in it. There should be 20, which it is. So if we component that up, then we can work on it in duplicate. So the deal with the medical facility is that we've got the corridor going down the middle of it, which is kind of unavoidable. There's nowhere else we can put it really. Not without losing a whole bunch of room. And that means we've basically got like a treatment room on one side of the corridor and then just like the recovery room on the other. So we'll have like a ward here and then all the operating stuff on the other side, just to keep them separate. It's not a huge space, but it should be enough for a ship of this size. To be honest, it's probably too much for a ship of this size. Yeah, as everyone else has just said, Daniel, I do the base geometry in SketchUp, so I don't do any texturing here other than the texture groups. I don't do any like face weighting on the normals. I don't do any UV mapping. I don't do any of that in SketchUp. I literally just do the base geometry and texture groups. All of the rest of it is done in Unreal. This is just the CAD bit of the puzzle. Yeah, all the girders. Yeah, the bridge is here now, so I've got the outer skin turned off. Let me just turn that on. So deck 2, deck 1 skin. So the bridge is now this bit on top. Kind of looks like that. So we'll have windows all the way around here. And again, the rationale for moving it is that having it in the nose just, I don't know, it kind of divorces you from the rest of the ship visually, and you don't have that same out of the window context that you have from here. You know, I like to be able to see the engines outside of the window. I like to be able to see the rest of the hull. You know, having the windows around here means you can't actually see your ship. You can see the window frame and you can see space, but that's it. You can't see anything else. So yeah, I much prefer the view you get from up here. It's much more cohesive. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the actual structural framework, this is probably, you know, half what you would actually need. And you'd also have, I can't think they call them longitudinals. They have lots and lots of parallel ribbing bits all the way through to add all the structural support for the outer skin. So that's kind of beyond the scope for what we're doing. There'd be an awful lot of extra work to add all that additional geometry at really no useful benefit to the project, because it's all going to be hidden behind insulation that you can't actually remove. So it's kind of, you know, a waste of geometry in that regard. I had a picture somewhere actually. yeah, something like this. So yeah, they do call them longitudinals. So you basically have all of these like additional bits all the way around here, adding that support structure. So we're not going to bother with these. So we'll have the cross members and we'll have the big ones, but we won't have all these little ones all the way around. You know, in the real world you would do, but in our world all of this is covered with insulation, so you won't even see it. We can pretend that they're there. Yeah, see, absolutely. I love the hex pattern on the ULA rocket. I think it was on Starliner, wasn't it? Starliner hex framework. Can't find it, but yeah, it had like a honeycomb looking texture to it, and they're amazing. But again, to create that geometry would be a massive amount of pain, so we shan't bother. Right, there we go. That's now aligned nicely. And we'll have to do the cut for the midsection, but that's fine. But they now nicely line up with this, so that works better structurally. Oh, that's cool, Cupcake. Yeah, it's a fun hobby. Wondering whether do I want to draw the lightning hole from there or there? I suppose ideally we need to take that space into account, so let's do something like always leave a 30 centimeter edge, I suppose, on the inside. For no other reason than that's what I decided ages ago, and I've kind of stuck with it. So I do 40 for the cavity between rooms, I do 50 for the cavity in the outer hull, and then for like gaps in wall panel, like gaps in here and ceiling panels and things, I use 30. There's no particular rhyme or reason to it, it's just about keeping it consistent. Right, I'm going to make that a straight line just to make life easier. Because it's practically straight anyway. And straight lines are easier to work with. So that will give us something like this. I think works. And then we'll have kind of as above, so below, so we'll have it down here as well. I guess we'll curve off these edges a little bit as well, just to make them a bit nicer. Oh yeah. How have I actually measured it, wouldn't it? So I need to redo that one because it needs to align with this edge. But that's kind of the gist of it, of where we're going with it. Although, now I think on it, that's going to have another skin, isn't it? Hang on, I might have derped there. Let me just grab that and that. Fix this geometry properly once it's all in place. Right, so if we now turn off outer skin, bring that down. Yeah, that's what I thought had happened. So because I measured this to the width of the outer cavity, of course we need an extra 30 centimeters beyond that, so that is no good. Not the end of the world to fix, but internally that's going to be the internal skin, so we will chop holes in this to reveal like the cavity behind. Get rid of that. So that's our internal skin. Then we need to chop that up to create our layers. And also chop a bunch of holes through it as well. So we're going to have a lip going around there. Yeah, so that's that lip there. So that's going to have to come down. It's a copy of that. It's going to have to come down there. And that needs to be a part of that section. Oh wait, no it doesn't, because that's what this is. Oh, I see. I see what I've done. If we hide that a minute. Right, so this actually needs to go to there. Because I have failed to take into account the curve. So we need to go 40 there, and then 37.5 there. And we shall just continue that there. Should allow us to chop that bit off. stuff. Right, so that's now following that curve as it should. And then we just need to make sure we have that bracing section also following the same curve, like so. And then again, we will intersect that with the skin once we've got the outer skin on there, which will have that sort of smoothly cut to shape. Needs to come up there a bit. There, I guess. That's just that one. That fix button basically gets rid of stray geometry, and like if I was to just draw like just a line like that and leave it there, it will delete that line for me. It just cleans it up. Like if there's a duplicate face, it gets rid of the duplicate face. It's just lots of little things which mess up the geometry, which it quite conveniently solves. I think we've actually made a top section yet, have we? Yeah, what's that? Oh, I see. We just haven't drawn the bit in the middle. Let's do that real quick. We shall steal this geometry here because it's the same. And we shall copy that down. So hopefully we're starting to see like evidence of the ship's structure now. Start to see where the cavities are between the decks, and you know how the framework is sectioned off and strengthened and such. I'll mirror all of this afterwards so that we don't have to do the same thing on that side. I suppose I need to do the same thing there underneath as well. Good question, CSI. Cold welding, yeah. There's friction welding, and there's laser welding. What we'll do is we'll look at what the most realistic solution would be in potentially a vacuum, or certainly in 0G. I think it's probably the case that if the construction bays which churn out these blocks are fully automated, then they can be in a vacuum. So I suppose like some kind of laser-based welding would work there. You'd have nothing left if you use thermite. Seem to be using a fairly consistent spacing there for those sections. So I think I'll carry that all the way down to there. Let me grab these guys. You can use that on the floor down there. Although, just those bits. Definitely have 2 more support braces there. I'll go with those for the middle ones. It's nice because they align vertically all the way up through the ship, which gives it that kind of vertical stability. Given that we're going to be generating gravity in these cavities and all that's pulling downward, we do want it to be constructed with vertical gravity in mind, So it is being built like a building, because all the weight's pushing down, even though it's in space. Yeah, the gravity in the cavity. Yeah, well, one of the things that we are basically having to deal with in the game's universe is just assuming that electricity is a solved problem. So, everything in the ship is electrical, right down to the FTL drive. And with the FTL drive and gravity systems using the most power, and a ridiculous amount of energy at that, I think it's fair to say that the generation of energy is a negligible issue for the human race, in 2261. So, any technology that predominantly relies on electricity is essentially free. So, it doesn't matter how much energy we throw at things like welding things in space, because that energy is just there. Like a space station with a fusion reactor, it's just got ample surplus energy available to it. Okay, so I'm going to have to use the outer skin again to shape the cross beams going through there. And then that's going to define how much room we have in the room. So the wall will be there. So I like the idea of having the hydroponics extend forward, but have an increasingly lower ceiling as you go, because it's basically conforming to the contour of the hull. So you're walking uphill slightly here, and the ceiling's getting lower. At its worst, at the front here, before we go into the next section, that is a ceiling height of 205 centimeters, so it's easily still enough room to stand up in. So that means hydroponics can fill at least that space. It should be good. It should be more than enough room. That's the stairwell, isn't it? Yeah, so the stairwell will be there anyway. So yeah, so all of that will be hydroponics, and then we'll have some tanks or something, maybe some water tanks in the nose there underneath, because that's essentially completely unused space in there, and that will be an ideal water tank space, both for hydroponics and everything else. What kind of cubic space are we looking at there? So if we go from there, say there, there, see, this is just a rough idea. Okay, so that's just shy of 250 meters cubed. How much water is that? So 249 3 of water in liters. Okay, so easy calculation. So that is 249,000 liters of water, approximately, we could store in that amount of space. Obviously it won't be exactly that, because we'll have to move some of these sections. In fact, let's make it even more accurate. So if I move that in by 280, on that side 280, it's 188. Should be 188,000 litres of water. Still a lot of water. Yeah. Thank you, Jim. So if we say, like, even if we make that into separate tanks, so probably a minimum of 150,000 litres of water just in that section there. So I think that's an ideal place to put the water storage, because it's right next to the hydroponics, and then we can just carry plumbing through our, here's one we prepared earlier, maintenance tunnel, through to the water recycling section, which will be at the back here somewhere. So it's just another use for this utilities tunnel we've got going down here, and the more we can cram into there, the better, really. Okay, so now we know where the water's going. Oh, we can probably calculate that, can't we? So if we're drinking 2 to 2.5 litres per day, and then you've got like washing and everything. Oh, that's mad. So they reckon you use about 140 litres a day through like drinking, washing and all that sort of stuff. That is a mad amount of water. 140 litres. So hang on, so what's that? So if we're talking 10,715 divided by that. So that's 76 days worth of water. Now, assuming that one, we're going to replenish it anyway and recycle it. If we weren't recycling it, then we've got 76 days worth of water stored on the ship. And I don't imagine we'll be using like the full 140 anyway, being that it's a Starship environment. Yeah, exactly, Cupcake. And because obviously on a Starship you're not going to just be running massive baths, and it's going to have, you know, efficient shower usage and that sort of thing. So yeah, I reckon we can stretch that. So, you know, without any kind of reuse at all, we've got 76 days worth. which ain't bad really. You know, as a survival situation, if everything else is broken, at least you've still got 3 months worth of water. We have enough room for the tanks for the reactor. They're underneath here. I don't think you can see them unless I turn them on. I turn them. Oh yeah, here they are. So these are the reactor tanks under there, and they will be connected to the refueling hardware, which will also be under there, underslung. Yeah, it's 140 litres per person, according to the typical UK average. Oh yeah, I'm sure there'll be many efficiencies that are not taken into account with that value. Uh, 14 crew members. Funnily enough, no, we haven't actually included a gym. I'm sure we can squeeze one in though. Obviously the ship has gravity, so you can just jog around. Just trying to get my head around where the bridge walls are going to go there. I think in order to make sense of that, I shall go ahead and cut this bit out next. What are we actually looking at there? So we've got so that's going to come straight. Okay, and then that's the stairwell, right? Okay. Yeah, treadmills to keep the ship running. So those are our slices. Oh, that was a lot more less effort than the last one, which messed us around. Thankfully that one did not. Let's try something slightly different with this one. See whether that makes the process quicker. Okay, that should be our deck separation. And then what I should have done with these, I should have just kept the faces on them. In fact, what I'll do is if I copy these like so, then they'll stay in the copy buffer, which means I can then do that to restore those faces and that one, and then I can paste them in place, intersect, and we should already have our decks, which was a much quicker way of doing it than the first time we did it. Yay for efficiency. And then all we need to do is chop this into layers, and then in half. I do it in half first, actually. Yeah. This is our starting point, basically. And then we need to find the middle. Looks like the middle. And Then I'll chop that in half again, just so that we can again say, what? Why is that over there? Better. Yeah, because I can do that, delete all of that side. And then we can set these bits up as components. So those ones first, and then these bits. If I do that, then it makes selecting them easier. Same here. Right, now we have our layers taken care of. We just need to make each one of these a component. Rid of all the stragglers. Right, copy that over there. Flip it. And then that should join up nicely. Right, it's going to be much easier to do that in sections now, without having to do it twice. And then we do the same for this. Easier. So draw our outline. Double it up. Then 3 meters twice gives us our decks. Take all of that into here and then slice. We shall get rid of those existing bits. That chopped up. So we have that bit, that bit, and these bits. Yes, if I make that a component, and get rid of that. Work on those layers then. We can put that inside that component as well. Means we then get our ribbing over there. Means on this one we can get rid of that. That should all be properly in layers now. So we just need to separate this into its groupings. So that is deck 1 skin. Both of those are frame walls. Let's hide one of these a minute so we can see them disappearing. So that's deck 2 frame top. That's deck 2 frame skin. Deck 2 frame walls. Also deck 2 frame skin. Skin. Deck 3 top. Deck 3 walls. Deck 4 skin. 4 top. Deck 4 walls. Obviously that lot needs grouping up somewhere. Right, so walls, skin, three walls. Making sure they're in the right groups. Why is that so tall? What's going on up there? Nothing apparently. Lost something there. There. see what's going on. So that should be on the same layer as that. That lot should be deck 3 frame walls, and that lot should be deck 2 frame walls. I'll copy that over actually. So it's going to be the same on this side. Right, so deck 4 frame walls, deck 4 frame skin. 4 frame top, deck 4 frame sheet, which is what's going on top of it all. Deck 3 frame walls, 3 frame top, and the outer skin. Sheet metal on top, 2 walls, top, skin, deck 1 walls and deck 1 skin. Make sure it's all where it should be. Thank you, Christopher. They will have collision, yes. Okay, so I suppose the next thing we need to do, at least with this bit, is create the internal walls. And in order to do that, we're going to need the skin for those 2 sections there. So yeah, we'll have to do this in layers, I think. So again, I shall copy the bit I just did, then undo the rest, so that we can then just paste that in isolation, group it up, fix it, and again we'll clean this geometry up at some point so it's not quite as sort of unnecessarily high poly around some of these sections. Just make that the thickness it needs to be. I imagine we'll probably have 3 windows along here, so rather than having small windows within the frame, we can draw, or rather we'll build the frame up around the window. It's probably easier if we do it that way. Probably make more sense. And then we have our wall, which will go here. The way I'll do this, because hydroponics is going to be split into essentially at least 2 of the framework blocks, I will make that visually obvious by having the join, and then we'll make this into just, I guess, a giant archway between the 2. And this is the section where the ceiling height's going to get lower anyway, so there'll be a visual separation between the standing height area and the kind of the stoopy area. Yeah, I'm see, we had this discussion on the last stream about the scale measurements. So yes, the metalwork is 1 inch thick, but it's not exactly 1 inch thick. It's 2.5 centimeters thick, which is approximately 1 inch. It's like 4 millimeters off. But you know, who's going to argue about 4 millimeters? Yeah. one bit of hydroponics kind of walled in. Yeah, if we hide that for a minute. See, normally I'd start a window about 1 meter up, but given that these are floor windows, not ceiling windows, I think we'll forego that and maybe just do them there, maybe. Is that off the ground? Almost a meter. So that would be the height of the window. If we take Bryce and put him there. Obviously this is not a walkable bit on the slope, so I suppose we could take the windows down even further than that. So if I do that, then that's a consistent height of 50 away from the ceiling, 50 away from the floor. Which kind of feels about right. And then width-wise, if we do... So 125 would be there, which means 300, 250 would be there. That would give us support widths of 1 meter. Guess it depends on how much of this we want to be window. Yeah, the scale of aliens is going to be an awkward one. I think for the, for the simplicity of making things playable, then yes, we're going to have to come up with some constraints on just how big aliens can be, because otherwise you do end up with these unworkable situations. The corridors are, well, I guess the door frames are 2 meters, I believe. So we'll have to see. Didn't feel completely aligned, so I shall do that one again. Yes, that would make a window kind of that size. Oh, of course. Wondering why that didn't measure up right, but it's because this gap here is wider than that gap there, so it means the middle window needs to be slightly bigger. To account for the difference in frame separation. Come in 20 there. So that's 50 to there. 70 to there. Okay, so it needs to go over 20 that side. Fifty. 50 at 50. Right, so that would have windows that look like that, basically. Which is not the end of the world. I do wonder though whether we need less of a support beam in the middle. So if I was to come over like 25 like that. Yeah, that's probably a bit better. And then what we'll do is we'll build frames around the windows so that they are like fully supported within the hull. somewhat like that. Yeah, then we'll have the wall panel come down, I guess transition to floor once it gets level. It's going to be an interesting one. Good night, CSI. Have a good one. Yeah, so these windows, as people are pointing out, are made of something akin to graphene. So they are a carbon crystal structure. So like way harder than diamond. And our lore reason for why the entire ship isn't made of them is that they are extremely expensive and you can't work with it as a building material. So like you can't drill through it, you can't weld it to anything. It's essentially an unworkable material, but it's great for windows. So you know, if you seal it into a window frame, you basically have an indestructible transparent surface, but you can't build anything with it. It has to be like the crystal structure has to be grown to the shape that you want it, and that's the only shape it can be. Hence the expensive manufacturing process. I will keep the internal volume and just thicken them. Oops. Thicken them on the outside. We already have polarization functions on the windows. There's a button for that. We bring back our internal wall. Actually, if we copy that for a minute, explode those. Not explode those. Let's just keep we only want to keep the outer layer. We want those to be facing the other way. Now we can explode them and then intersect. almost intersected nicely. Potentially, although they won't be windows, they'll be fake windows, because all of the crew quarters on this ship are not adjacent to a hull. Just pop them back there a minute. A lot of this geometry will be cleaned up. It's got that usual intersect messiness all over it. 200, Jason. Well, about 200. It's probably slightly more than 200. We'll have the full count once we do the outer hull fully. I'm gonna have to extrude this before I cut it. Thought occurs. I actually needed to intersect those all at once, because otherwise we're not going to capture the window frame locations. See how well they line up. I'm guessing not. Not. Alright. Okay. Like it never happened. So what I actually needed to do with this was to merge those two layers together, and then take that, pull those out a bit so that they fully intersect both. Pop them there. Component that up, copy it across, then we can explode that, then intersect. surface there. What's that attached to? There, that middle one there. Okay, so we can't touch that one quite yet. Make sure the rest of it's still there. Yep. Stuck in the ship. I will mirror this, by the way, so we only have to do this side once. So I'm just thinking about the glass, because we have put this on a curve ever so slightly. That has complicated it a bit. So we actually do need those internal faces, and then we need to fix that so that it's like one proper whole face. Let's see if we can get that done in a minute. So basically that's our glass frame there, which means we don't need that bit. Fix those bits in a sec. Safely get rid of that bit. Okay. Next bit of glass. Come on, there we go. So I'll hide that and that and that. Sides seem to have fared better. Those. I probably won't even need that edge in a minute, so I'll sort that out in a sec. Yeah, it's that one there that's giving us trouble. That one's alright. That one's alright. We're okay there. So right now I'm basically just trying to intersect bits of the ship to create the window frames, but the geometry did not go smoothly. So I'm just getting rid of the bits which I know I don't need. That. And like that. So that I can just narrow down the problematic geometry without losing anything we need. I know that lot's fine, so we can put a fix on that. Let's get rid of stray bits. Let's sort this out. Multiple edges there, I think. That weren't quite, yeah, they weren't quite joined up. Well, I'll have to do a merge. We do like 1 millimeter. Hopefully that's now merged those vertices together. So we can do that. Now with this bit, that might have actually fixed it. Yeah, did that fix it? I think it did. Ah, there we go. Excellent. Now we can fix those bits. So each 3 of these window frames should look like this one. So it's just got one edge going all the way around without any weird bits. These ones are quite there. So there's some leaking geometry there which we need to plug the holes in. Places like this. Get rid of that now. Should get rid of that line for the most part. Before I can do any kind of like chamfering around the edges, I will need to go through and just clean up the horrible generated geometry. Because it's not pretty. Bits like this, like what on earth's happened there? Bad SketchUp, bad. I can see why that bit messed up. This is definitely the more kind of annoying side of it, when you have to start spending more time fixing things than actually making things. There's definitely something not right there. I'll come back to that because I'm going to spend the entire stream fiddling with it otherwise. But what I will do is chop that in half from here. So we got our, probably from here actually, so we got our exact middle. Okay, so that's what that's going to look like. Obviously the like this bit of geometry here will be cut to match this. In fact, we may as well do that. You're not wrong, to be honest. Yeah, it does have a sort of Voyager-esqueness to it, doesn't it? Oh, see you, Cupcake. Have a good one. Something's not lining up there. Yeah, so we'll have that, and we'll have another 3 windows here as well. So we'll have, yeah, some fairly large windows underneath. So this will serve as our, both as our hydroponics and some green space for the crew. So it'll serve as like a mini park area. We'll do something in here to make it nice. I'll probably move, because the central beam there is 50 centimeters thick, but of course this one's going to be thinner on this wall, so I'll probably just scoot that over slightly so it's the same thickness against the wall panel. We'll do that when we actually do that area. Yeah, should be quite a nice space actually once we start fleshing it out with foliage. Obviously we can't have a lot in there because we haven't got a lot of vertical height. But, I imagine we'll have like row upon row of vertical farming units with lots and lots of greenery sticking out. And then maybe we'll have like a seating area, maybe more at the front. Yeah. Maybe the other way around. Maybe a seating area at this end, up against the windows, and and then have this end more dedicated to just lots and lots of racks and racks of farming units. Yeah, hanging plants would be good as well. Right, so with that bit done, we also need to have a think about the main stairwell, which obviously is going here. Yeah, so we need a similar wall going across there. Hey, look at all good, thanks. Yeah, I think because of the hull here, we're going to have to move the door into the middle. Move the stairs around 90 degrees. They're going to get a lot of protrusion through there. Yeah, we will just have the one door, because you can see here with the curve of the inner skin of the outer hull, it's protruding over the door frame anyway, so the door does need to be in the middle. Yeah, we've got some of that up on deck 3, Patrick. So at the front of here, there will be more in that way. If I turn on that. So we've got these 2 rooms at the front here, and these 2 are like fully just crew space. Things like 3D printers and that sort of stuff. So just crew facilities. So anything like that can go there. Okay, well, I guess we don't actually need that anymore. Move that into the middle. What I might do here is take that slope down to that point, because it means that gets to be 4.5 meters exactly across there then. And we'll smooth out this floor, because right now the only flat coplanar bits there. These bits start to go up in a slight slope. It's not massive. It's, yeah, like from there to there, it's just about an inch of height difference across the floor. So I'll flatten that off, because that's just a waste of geometry anyway. Yeah, and just smooth that curve off into it. That's a result of the subdivision. It's just brought that curve in. So if I do 4 meters for now. Yeah, then that would be our wall separator. So I'd have a big old archway leading into there. Then go over here where there's no so many walls in the way. So we'll arch this off. Probably get like a little bench or something either side of here. Start the vertical farming units maybe down the middle. And then yeah, to do all this dedicated to farming units. Maybe 3 rows with like a walkway up there and there. Or I could bring this wall forward to there, and just have this bit with these 2 windows as green space with some benches and things, and then start the hydroponics from here, and then have all of that as hydroponics. I'll make that decision once we start building it out on the interior, because then we'll get a feel for just how big that area is to walk around. We want to include the green space without taking too much away from the hydroponic space. So let's get the stairwell done. Do we include windows on the stairwell? That's the question. Maybe. Music's loud? Probably the track. Turn it down a bit. What are we doing? Right, let's thicken that up. And the same as before, we'll copy it, undo it, and paste it back. It's entirely bug fixes, AJ. So that's the sheet metal on top of deck 4. Again, just to give it something to build on top of. So we'll need to cut the hole for the stairs. And also the top bit there as well. That's kind of what that's going to feel like in there. So megalights are actually already enabled versus this, but I need to basically work out how to flag the fact that the user has an RTX capable graphics card, because megalights uses ray tracing for the magic that it does for rendering like an unlimited number of shadowed lights, but it requires ray tracing, hardware ray tracing support. So if the graphics card doesn't have that, then I need to, like, on the fly, turn shadows on and off on the lights. So right now it's enabled, but none of the lights are casting shadows, so it's kind of not really doing anything to help. But as soon as I figure that out, then yes. It might actually be very straightforward, but I have not yet looked into it. That actually lines up with there perfectly. It's almost like I measured it. Now I think I'm going to need maybe all of these layers to do this. So we copy them up there. And explodey. Before I intersect that, I'll just extrude it out a minute. Otherwise we won't get a nice perpendicular edge. Yeah, so that's where they join up. So that's where that would be welded on. So make sure that that's a component. Yeah, so the issue you have when you don't extrude the entire outer skin all at once is you get these like overlaps, because obviously it's extruding at an angle. So it's automatically going to go away. So what I might do at some point is take the entire outer skin, extrude that all at once, and then reslice it, just so it's nice and sharp on the edges, so we don't have any unsightly overlaps. Thank you, Festus. Very much appreciated. In fact, I shall have a swig now just for you. Almost run out. It's true though, I don't drink enough. I probably have less than a litre a day, fluids wise. It's nowhere near enough. Exactly. That's definitely going to require a slightly more aggressive intersection. Let's do it with this. Okay, so there's our walls. Then of course we're going to need end piece as well. See you, serious. Have a good one. So that's the outer extent. Clean up some of this leftover junk. Then we can copy that up. We had the stairs there, that side. Then this one would have to go there. Just need to make sure that we don't mix those up. Hang on a minute, what's going on there? Oh, I remember what I was doing now. Yes, they weren't going around in a complete circle. They were going around on opposing edges, so they'd go like that. And then you'd have the landing between them. Yeah, so that works. Maybe that works. Okay, so yeah, that's the main route from the shuttle bay. Brings you out here. So I suppose it makes sense that the stairs would be at this side, which means they're not in the way when you're going through this door. And that gives us scope for corner units or corner seating areas around here. Okay, so that works on that deck. Then the only thing there is going to be the engineering access, so that's fine. It makes the engineering door kind of the less obvious one, so anyone coming down the stairs is going to funnel naturally into the park area, which is useful. And then you only really go around the back for engineering unless you absolutely need to, so that's nice. Kind of, it sort of psychologically guides people away from engineering. And then I guess we go up again. Again, we rotate 180. Yep, so the stairs exit right in front of sick bay, so that's good. As does the lift. And then the only reason you have to go around behind here is to get to these two crew quarters and what will be engineering maintenance access there. So again, it means people aren't going to be traipsing past the crew quarters quite so much. We could also, if we were so inclined, if we didn't want secondary maintenance access there, we could make these crew quarters larger and have them for not so much the senior officers, but certainly kind of a mid-level officer instead can have a slightly larger quarters. We have scope for that if need be. So I suppose the only way that this doesn't work is when it comes to the bridge, because yeah, so the exit point is going to be opposite of the bridge. It's going to be back here. So that works on every deck except deck 1. I suppose it's not the end of the world. It just means you're coming out in line with the science labs instead. Yeah, I think I'm tempted to make the chief engineer the XO. Obviously, with only 14 crew members, we're going to have to dual role some people. So the captain, given that this is a corporation vessel, the captain would probably be someone senior within the corporation. And then either the lead scientist or the chief engineer as the XO. Yeah. I'll have a look at how much engineering space we actually have, because I want the engineering areas to be reasonably easy to get to without too much flaff. Because we can put some kind of maintenance hatch at the back here on deck 1, so we've got room there for something. And then in deck 2 we'd have the maintenance access through there. Then deck 3. Yeah, deck 3, I guess the only way you could get to engineering would be via the shuttle bay, going up there. Again, there'd be a secure door to engineering at the top there. And then deck 4 would be the engineering office anyway, so if we had engineering hatches here on deck 2, then that means there is a route to engineering off of every single deck. Yep, sounds good. bad actually, it's starting to take shape. And of course, and then in this area, where are we? Yes, we need to maintain our maintenance access through there. Which means, looking at this one, so any windows are going to have to go underneath the maintenance access, and then up on deck 2 the windows are going to be above the maintenance access. Yeah, so that the maintenance tunnels like basically between the windows, which is going to be like weird and cool at the same time. Like if you're stood there looking out the window, there could be people scurrying around beneath your feet. Which does mean that for that deck, so we get rid of those for a minute. So we're going to have to chop this down a little bit here. I think that they need to get any less wide. I guess it needs to stick out there, so that would need chopping there and there. Good night, Grape. Have a good one. Yeah, docking ports are a difficult one on this ship. But the only way we could do it is have a surface landing pad on top here somewhere, which is not impossible. I mean, we do have a nice flat space up here, so you know, some kind of a landing pad, like how we're going to have on the Magellan, that could work. Yeah, we shall have a play and see. I guess we're going to have to take this out to the same width as sickbay, which was over this side. So that will go to there. Don't think I've modelled that bit in, no, so I'll grab a copy of that. Yeah, so that would need to go down there. More like it. So that's our cavity for sickbay tankage of some kind, and then sickbay will go on top of that. Obviously with the top as well, so yeah, so that will sit on top. And we'll have to do the same for the stairwell there as well. So that would be that. That's where the walls go. So that starts kind of giving you an idea of how the windows need to get cut into that. Yeah, so that's the curve of the outer hull there. And then floor level is there. Obviously we'll slice through that and smooth it all off, but yeah, there's not much room for windows there, but we should be able to make them fit, because the walkway for the maintenance access is all the way up here. So as long as the windows start from there, which is, so I usually do it 1 meter, which is there. It should be alright. Minor concern about the door frame. Obviously with the curve of the hull protruding into the room like this, we're going to have a curved wall, which gets less curved the closer you get to the door frame. So these wall panels are going to have to be fairly complicated, and And then the windows that go with them again are going to have to be fairly complicated. We'll see what we can squeeze in. This was essentially the only way we could fit in the maintenance access with the width of the internal we wanted, without making the ship like way wider. Yeah, it'll be a squeeze, but we'll get there. Yeah, potentially, Christopher. Yeah. Yeah, they don't need to be like massive panoramic windows like we're going to have underneath. They can be relatively small. I mean, the bigger windows are going to be on deck 2 anyway. So up here, we have the same problem the other way round, where the curve is on the ceiling, but because it's on the ceiling, it's less awkward. So we'll just have a curved ceiling, which is much easier to deal with. I think we can get rid of that internal bit now. I guess we can get rid of that corridor. Those rooms. Those doorways. I'm definitely down with the if in doubt, add a planter. That's my general go-to, to be honest. That's what it looks like with the actual framework in place. And obviously we're going to have a 5cm gap there. The wall panel will be there. Same there, so the wall panel will be there. Yeah, so the wall panels will be offset by this much anyway. We can make that work. Don't need those anymore. That's actually a really cool idea, Patrick. We'd have to come up with some basis for value. I already decided we're going to use generic credits for like I guess the sole base currency is just the credit. And then all the individual countries and things have their own unique exchange rate to the baseline credit. A bit like the euro. Okay. So those need more like a UN bank, I suppose. But yeah, you make a good point. See you, AJ. I shall be heading off myself in a sec because it's almost midnight. Just want to make sure these are all lined up. It's looking about right. Yeah, so the engineering walkway is quite generously wide over here, and you get like uncomfortably narrow through there, and then it opens out again through this section. Then we'll have the stairs going down here to whatever's under there, to be decided. Yeah. Then we'll do like a gantry through there. Cut some holes in here to reveal the usual insulation and stuff behind the walls. We'll have that on this side rather than this side, because this is just going to be windows anyway. Right then, so all still lines up nicely. Don't need them anymore, actually. Already there. Although, could do with the door frames, couldn't we? Okay, this is nice. We're slowly replacing the old grey boxing geometry with slightly more permanent framework. Definitely getting an idea for how our support structure is going to work. Yeah, I think the general layout is going to be like a double frame, 2 singles and a double, and 2 singles and a double, 2 singles and a double, 2 singles and a double, 2 singles and a double. Yeah, it seems to have worked out perfectly along that lines, especially through here. Double, 2 singles, double, 2 singles, double. Yeah, that works out perfect. Okay, so I guess so, actually, it's definitely getting there. Yeah, on the next stream, I think we'll maybe try and finalize some of the framework around here, and potentially do some exporting and then roam around it and see how it feels. And then we can chop that bit up. Yeah, because once we've got all of these sections chopped up into their various pieces, at that point we're just going deck by deck then, just fleshing it all out. As you can tell from tonight, we're into the fiddly bits now, which is like windows and sorting out all the cavities and just making sure that everything's lined up, everything's leaving enough room for what we need, and all that stuff. Okay, so I shall leave it there for tonight. Thank you once again, everyone, for joining me on this build. Hopefully it is continuing to be entertaining. I'm certainly enjoying the process of working on a brand new vessel. I think it's nice to see how quickly we can do this. Like I think at first it's mentioned what we're on 56 hours now. Is it that long? What is this now? This is what are we on? Part 13. So yeah. Wow, it's been that many hours already. But yeah, it's coming together quite quickly in the grand scheme of things, and that's good. It's good to see. So hopefully we'll get this done and polished relatively soon, and then we can move on to all the other ships that we need to make, which will be good. You're welcome. All right, thanks again, everyone, and I shall see you on Sunday's stream. Bye for now.